The Giants are back in town, home from a three-city road trip that was at times painful and at times joyous. But just because the Giants are back home doesn't mean things will be any easier. The Padres are the hottest team in baseball, and they're climbing back into the NL West race. It's the Giants and Padres, and it's next. Giants are back home. We're at 3rd and King as we get ready for the 7-game homestand, game 1 of this 3-game series, Padres and Giants. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Giants go 4-5 on this past road trip. Now they're home for a week. And, Mike, they're taking on the Padres. And if we're watching how the Padres are playing and how the Giants are playing, the way you beat them is you have to outpitch them.
You got to outpitch them, and you have to out-defense them, and that is going to be the key in this 3-game set with San Diego. Now, the Giants are loving the fact that they get to be home. Now, they've been, of the last 18 games, 14 of them have been on the road, so they're going to be happy to be in front of the hometown crowd. But they also know they have to play good baseball because, as you said, this Padre team is hot. Barry Zito toes the rubber. He's been 7-1. The Giants are 7-1 when he pitches at home this year. So, hey, let's go. A lot of things happening. They just want to get it going.
Get it going, indeed, here at home for a week. All right, when we come back, Amy G, she's going to take a look at a guy who's red hot right now, and that's Buster Posey. Buster Posey had a terrific road trip. He is heating up at the right time. Amy G on Buster Posey right after this.
After 9 games and 10 days on the road, your San Francisco Giants are back in the Bay. They've got some home cooking in their tummies, and they're ready to take on their NL West rivals, the San Diego Padres, for a 3-game series. Welcome back to AT&T Park. I'm Amy Gutierrez. Buster Posey getting a routine game off this evening. Hector Sanchez will be catching, but how about Buster Posey on the road? He shot his numbers way up. He had been having some struggles away from AT&T Park, hitting just .247, but on this latest 3-city trip, Arizona, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, he had 15 hits, including a home run, 5 doubles, and 10 RBI, raising his road average 45 points to 292. And that's deserving of being our forward right choice this evening. And if fans know anything about Buster Posey, when he gets hot offensively, he tends to stay that way. And he likes the second half. Last year, 2012, after the All-Star break, he hit .385. Good to see him getting it going on the road. All right, tonight at home, you've got the Padres' Edinson Volquez taking on lefty Barry Zito. Game about to start. Kruk and Kipe will have first pitch and lineups. But after these messages, we're going to check in with our Comcast Sportsnet studios for an update, so stay with us.
Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open daily. 60 degrees here at the yard. Winds at 10 miles per hour. Humidity at 76%. And we've got a few low clouds. So leading out the Giants, Barry Zito. The lineup that he'll be facing, the Padres lineup, and it's brought to you by Coors Light. It'll be Denorfia, Forsythe, Chase Headley, and then Kyle Banks. And this is a very large man with a lot of power, followed by Guzman and then Yasmani Grandal. Will Venable, he'll be in center field hitting 7th. Pedro Siriaco is the shortstop hitting 8th. And Edinson Volquez will pitch and bat 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be Barry Zito. 14th time he's taken the ball. At home, he's been spectacular. 8 starts. The Giants are 7-1 in those starts. His problems have been on the road, which is explaining why his ERA is in the high 4s. When he's right, you're going to see him shave that strike zone with a fastball that'll go mid-80s. He can go 2-seam, 4-seam, natural cut to his fastball, which has been his bread and butter, especially in this ballpark. He'll throw a slider, a curveball, a changeup off of it. Against these Padres, lifetime 5-9 with a 4.46 ERA. And what do you say we take a look at the defense playing behind Barry Zito tonight? First off, the Giants outfield from left to right. It'll be Blanco, Perez, and Pence. That's your outfield. Crawford and Arias on the left side of the infield. Abreu and Bell on the right side. Hector Sanchez will be in the squad, putting down the signs. Buster Posey with a night off. And that's your Giants defense.
So here's Denorfia. The Padres are a hot team right now. They've won 6 straight. So here's Denorfia, followed by Forsythe and then Headley. They are banged up a little bit. Carlos Quentin banged up. Everett Cabrera banged up. But so are the Giants. So here's Denorfia. In at third is Arias. In at first is Belt. And the first pitch of the ball game is high. So we get started at 7:15. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and there's a strike on the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. We talked about winning 6 straight. Since April 24th, they're 30-19. Denorfia takes a strike. It's 1-2. Padres, however, on the road, they're 13-20. Swinging a tapper foul. Denorfia 5 for 15 in his career against Barry Zito. There's Forsythe on deck. And then the switch hitter Headley. 1-2 to Denorfia. Padres are also under 500 against teams in the West. And Denorfia goes around, and that's how this game gets started, with a strikeout.
Outstanding breaking ball from Zito for the payoff pitch. And that's a quickness to his breaking ball that you look for early in the game. Trying to bury this towards his back foot, and that really had some nice snap to it. Take a look at our Toyota Exmo. It's brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Just right up on top, out in front where it's supposed to be.
Might be the worst swing Denorfia's ever taken against the Giants.
He usually doesn't take anything but great swings against him.
Here's Forsythe, who takes wide.
All right, so watch the swing from Denorfia. Just breaks him down big time. That's a rough at bat.
By the way, the home plate umpire is Brian Gorman. Another second generation umpire. Gonzalez Randazzo of Vanover. Down the left field line, and this is hooking fair, and it bounces into the seats for a double.
not a hanger. Forsythe went down there and dug that one out, down and in. Usually a guy hits this location here, he hooks it foul. Nice job of staying inside this thing. And Forsythe, who came in hitting 222, starts his night off with a nice swing of the bat and a two-base hit.
So Forsythe at second. And here's Headley. Headley takes a curveball for a strike, hitting 221. As I mentioned, a switch hitter, batting in the third spot with 6 home runs, 21 driven in.
Brian Gorman, plate umpire, good zone. He will call some high strikes. He'll give some outside width to the outside part of the plate to righties, not so much to lefty zone.
Headley against Zito. He's had 36 at bats. A double, a home run. Abreu will keep an eye on Forsythe so he doesn't get any thoughts about taking off. Wide, 2 balls and a strike.
Just missed with that changeup. Changeup's got a little tail on it that will run away from right-handed hitters. Likes to start that thing on the outside corner and then just let it leak away from the righties. And you see Kyle Blanks, the big fella that Kuiper's talking about, and he is huge.
Crawford, to his left, puts it away. Zito catches the break.
The breaking ball, Headley not fooled at all, puts a charge into it. That's kind of in the streak that he's been right now. He's not been able to get his average up. He said he's starting to hit the ball hard, but he's finding a lot of gloves, and just found another one right there. Nothing wrong with that at bat. Just a good old-fashioned atom ball.
Here's Blanks hitting 281. Cued off the end of the bat. Belt to Zito. Side retired. So Zito pitches through the double. Giants are coming up. 0-0. That Volquez will be facing, and it's the Giants lineup brought to you by Coors Light. Blanco, Abreu, and Crawford. Hunter Pence will be the cleanup hitter, and he's got a pretty good bat going right now. Belt will hit 5th, and it's Arias Sanchez. Juan Perez gets a start. He's in center field, and Zito will pitch and bat 9th.
Edinson Volquez, the 29-year-old right-hander in his 6th year and the big league level, will be on the hill tonight for the Padres. 5-5 with a 5.87 ERA. He's kind of doing the Lincecum thing. He'll have one unbelievable start, then he'll have 3 that aren't so good. When he's right, you're going to see a fastball that's got lots of movement. It'll go low to mid-90s. He'll 2 and 4 seam that fastball, big curveball, and a changeup. And he can be as nasty as anybody in this league if he gets into a good rhythm early. Volquez, lifetime against the Giants, 2-1 with a 5.00 ERA.
So Blanco will lead things off. Giants had some pretty good offensive numbers on this past road trip. There's a strike to Blanco. These guys are hungry for a big fly.
They're hungry for a home run. I think they're having fun.
Blanco on the trip hit .357, 10 for 28, and he hit his first home run of the year. He hit that on Friday night to open up the game in Atlanta. In at third is Headley. In and out of the glove of Grandal. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
One of the big problems that Volquez has had this year is against left-handers. They're hitting .315 against him. Righties is .257, but lefties are giving him problems.
Low to Blanco, 3-1. Giants are 35 and 33. As we mentioned many times, 4 and 5 on this past road trip. 21 and 11 at home. The 3-1, and it's a belt high strike, 3-2. Some umpires will call that a strike. Other umpires will call that pitch high.
You'll see more high strikes tonight with Gorman than you will with other umpires. It's a pretty healthy strike zone usually with Gorman.
And Volquez gets the strikeout.
Let's take a look at the defense Padres will employ tonight behind Edmonds and Volquez. Starting in the outfield, it'll be Blanks, Venable, and DeNorfia. Seriaco and Headley on the left side of the infield. Forsythe and Guzman on the right side. And Grandal will be in the squat, putting down the signs.
Abreu hitting at .368 on the road trip, 7 for 19. There's a strike at the knees. Little tapper out in front of home plate. It'll be Volquez throwing to Guzman, 2 out.
Nice play. That is an all-arm throw. You get that ball, you really don't have time to take a shuffle step. You just get it and throw it. But he's pretty good athleticism with his movement going towards the first base line. He's got to come back across his body, and he does so very quickly. That is not an easy play, and he made it look easy.
Here's Crawford. Crawford hitting .288. Crawford hit .323 on the trip, 10 for 31. So far, the first 3 hitters hit over 300 on the trip. Pence, who's up next, he hit over 300 on the trip. Belt, he hit over 300 on the trip. All right, let's find one here. Arias, he hit .361 on the trip. Hector Sanchez, 0 for 2. There's your dry spell. Right?
Well, but he's hot.
Swing and a miss by Crawford.
Good changeup. You're going to see a lot of those 2 left-handed hitters. That really is his best weapon. His curveball, it breaks into a lefty, and that is not a pitch he has as much success against lefties as he does his changeup.
The 1-2. Crawford bangs this one foul. Tony Graham down the first base line. Crawford pops it up. Siriaco there to put it away. And a 1-2-3 innings for both guys. Jesus Guzman will lead things off. It's 0-0.
You by Eric's Deli Cafe. You never gonna lose with the Shrimp Wrap Veracruz. Can't stop the fuego.
Nothing here at AT&T Park. Game 1 of this 3-game series. Game 1 of this 7-game homestand. The Marlins will be in on Thursday. And they'll be here for 4. But right now it's Zito against Jesus Guzman, the former Giant. Guzman's got some ownage on Zito. He's 5 for 11 with a double and a home run. And Zito starts him off with that cutter in on his hands. 1 ball and no strikes. Yasmani Grandal on deck, and then Will Venable. For Hector Sanchez, this is his first start since he came back from Fresno. But he and Zito worked a lot together last year, a lot.
And they worked well together. Barry Zito, when he went down and did some rehab starts down in Fresno, is when he first hooked up with Hector Sanchez. And when he came back to the big leagues, none of us had seen Hector. Zito raved about him. He says, I like throwing this kid. He's got a good clue.
1-2. So Bruce Bochy looking for ways to get Buster Posey from behind home plate. It's perfect. We'll have Sanchez catch Zito. And Guzman is going to go around, much like D'Onofrio. All right, let's check in with Amy G. Amy?
All right, Dwayne, the Giants are banged up, but they are on the mend. This, according to skipper Bruce Bochy, who mentioned both Pablo and Angel Pagan could see rehab assignments as early as this week. Pagan scheduled to run the bases tomorrow as a final test. Marco Scutero doing much better than expected with a new splint on his finger. Gentlemen, he could play as early as tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. And Santiago Casilla doing very well, expected to throw from a mound very soon. Dwayne?
All right, Amy. Amy won 2 Emmys on Saturday night and chose not to come up here and see us for the first time this year.
Well, I asked her what she did with them, and she strapped them onto the hood of her car.
Maybe she'll put one on Paul's car. Well deserved, I might add.
Congratulations, Amy the Gamer.
So 3 straight pitches out of the strike zone to Grandal. Will Venable on deck. Zito out of sync just a little bit to Grandal.
Well, spend the 4th of July weekend right here at AT&T Park when the Giants are going to take on the Dodgers. Always some fireworks. It'll be a 3-game series, 5th, 6th, and 7th of July. Sunday, July 7th, the 105 game. Trading card day is going to be given out to the first 20,000 fans, presented by Chevron. So plan ahead. Go to sfgiants.com, get your tickets. That's the Giants-Dodgers, July 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Here's Venable. Venable drives one way out into Triples Alley, and Pence is on the move, and he's going to put it away. That's called a very long out.
He hit that ball well, just had a little bit too much height on it. Venable with 9 home runs coming into that at bat. I mean, he's got some power. Watch the drift, and this is what you get in this ballpark. Between the gaps, between left center and right center, straight out towards the scoreboard, you will get an extra 15, 20 feet at least on a routine fly ball. There's that much help.
In Arizona, they're talking about how far that ball went.
You're right. Pool shot.
Here's Siriaco, the 8th place hitter. And a big breaking ball for a strike. See the numbers, 204 with a home run, 4 driven in. And he hooks this one foul. And it's a quick 0-2.
Padres got Siriaco from the Red Sox last Friday in exchange for the player to be named later.
Outside. 1-2.
But there just hasn't been anybody else play shortstop at all for the Padres this year. Everett Cabrera has been that man, and he has been the Iron Man of this club. However, now has a little bit of a hamstring problem. There's no guarantee that we're going to see him at all in this 3-game set with the Padres. They say Siriaco has some pop.
Zito almost got him to chase that pitch up high, 2-2. Got him. 3 strikeouts for Zito. Hunter Pence is going to lead things off. It'll be Pence, Belton, Arias. 0-0.
is brought to you by the Solar Company. Not just any solar company, the solar company.
Here at AT Park, it's a 0-0 ball game. And Hunter Pence will bat first. Pence, Belt, and Arias facing Edison Volquez. He's 1-3 lifetime against the Giants. And that pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. A good look at Brandon Belt. Pence fouls it out of play. Now, with Pence spending a lot of years in the National League Central, that's where Volquez was with the Reds. 26 lifetime at bats against Volquez. See his numbers. Volquez has struck him out 12 times. 1-2. Giants a good record against teams in the West. They're 20-11. Did he call that a strike?
He did. Curveball just a little bit on that outside corner, but nicely framed by Asmani Grandal. Just sort of tucked it right back into the strike zone, and Brian Gorman said, "You're gone." And that's an example of some of the width we're talking about that you'll see on right-handed hitters. You don't get that much width off the plate away to lefties, but against righties you'll see a lot of wide strikes like that as the game will wear on. That's Gorman's tendency.
Here's Belt. Brandon Belt looks at a strike, hitting .251. 7 home runs, 29 driven in. Overshift is on to Belt. More teams are starting to do that now.
And they're giving up a lot of this over here, and we've seen Belt take it.
Just inside.
Nice pitch. They tried to front door him with that two-seam movement coming back into the strike zone. He didn't miss by much. And remember, you will see some higher strikes tonight with Gorman.
Tap slowly to second. And Forsythe will throw out Belt. 2 outs.
Yeah, right now, Edinson Volquez has got everything working. A standing curveball changeup combination off that fastball. And he's using both grips of the fastball, the 4-seam and the 2-seam. And he's spotting it on both sides of the plate. What they need to do, the Giants need to get him in a stretch, break that rhythm up. He has not been in the stretch tonight.
Arias hitting .282 as he offers at the first pitch, and he taps it foul.
The other thing, too, if you're talking to the Giants coaches today, they were hoping the Giants offense could get this crowd into the ballpark, into the ball game early. And you do that with offense. A couple of big hits, lights this place up. Guys a little sleep deprived as they got into San Francisco last night from Atlanta in the wee hours of the morning. The guys probably didn't get to sleep till probably between 4 and 5 o'clock this morning. There were no complaints in that clubhouse. But they do need to get this crowd into this game. They need to ignite them so that they can get ignited.
Buster Posey may very well get into this game, but he is not in the starting lineup. 2-1 to Arias. 2-2 to Arias.
And after the warm weather the Giants saw over the weekend in Atlanta, I mean, it It wasn't a bad hot. It was just between 80 and 84 degrees. Perfect humidity, beautiful conditions. But it did feel good to get a sweatshirt back on tonight when they got home to San Francisco.
Arias just got a piece as that was hit off the end of the bat. Hector Sanchez to follow. And a full count. So the Giants take a base runner any way they can get him. And Arias spoils a good pitch. He threw him a 3-2 breaking ball. Show a little confidence. And the payoff. Tap to third for Headley. Headley throws a strike to Guzman, and that'll end the inning. 6 up, 6 down for Volquez. It'll be Volquez to lead things off.
Sportsnet Bay Area is brought to you by White House Down, in theaters June 28th.
Well, swing for the fences with the new Home Run Derby mobile game from MLB.com. Features all 24 Home Run Derby competitors from 2010, 2011, and 2012. Available on iPhone and iPad. Download MLB.com's Home Run Derby game for free, and you can do it right now. You don't see any games where they hit singles or bunts, right? It's all about the big fly, Mikey.
All about the big potato.
See the name of that boat? It's called the Bay Bridge.
Well, the Bay Bridge, going underneath the Bay Bridge. Just don't run into the Bay Bridge.
No, do not even just tap it. The 0-1 to Volquez, very high, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Volquez has a home run this year. That's instant credibility if you're a pitcher.
1 of 2 hits. It was a big fly. And that's a fair ball right over the bag. And Volquez is going to head into second base.
Now that guy in the white shirt
Caught a break, didn't he?
Almost touched it. He said, I didn't touch it. Well, you're lucky you didn't touch it. He did touch it. It hit backside of his arm.
Look at the lady to his left doesn't want to be seen with him. Problem is Volquez just doubled to lead off the inning, and now it's Denorfia. Denorfia takes in tight, 1 ball and no strikes. Zito got Denorfia to chase and strike out in the first.
That guy did not move out of his chair. I don't blame him. He got a redeemer. All right, this time. Oh, not me. I don't care. You touched it, pal.
They're cheering down Rhodey, who's covering up. He's eating up some territory.
I think he's got a pretty good trot going.
Uh-oh, here's where it gets tough.
Now watch out for that bump in the road there, Rhodey.
A little better downhill. 1-1 to Denorfia.
Well, police the area. Nice down. Old bat boy right there. Guys first came to San Francisco. Some of those early games at Seal Stadium. Don Rhodey was a bat boy.
The 2-1 to Denorfia. 2-2.
Zito just cutting that little fastball in the outside corners. Last outing in Pittsburgh, he did not have a good cut fastball, which is rare because that really has been a bread and butter pitch for him this year.
Perez is going to have to take off, and it's off the bottom of the wall. Coming in to score is Volquez. It's 1-0 Padres.
Now those are the swings we're used to seeing Denorfia have against the Giants. He has torched them over the years. Here in a 2-strike count, try to go up and in with a cut. He leaves that over the plate. And this is really something that we saw in Pittsburgh. He'd have 2-strike counts on guys, and he could not make the location pitch with 2 strikes. And in a protect mode, Denorfia almost knocks it out here straight center.
So here's Forsythe. He doubled in the first inning. Taps this one foul. The Padres have 3 hits. They're all doubles. And a good breaking ball. It's now 0-2.
Yeah, the breaking ball has been there from the onset of this game. He's had a good snapper.
In the dirt. 1-2.
See the fingernails of Hector Sanchez. It's not nail polish he has on his fingernails. It's game signs. He put these things and he'll paste on his fingers to make it easier for Barry Zito to see the signs at night. It's really a great product. After the game's over, you peel them right off, throw them away.
1-2. 2-2.
That's a pitch that he used a lot earlier in the year, and he had success with it, going up above the letters in 2-strike counts. Kind of got away from that pitch a little bit. That last 1-2 pitch was right where he wanted to throw it. That was a good pitch.
Got him.
Strikeout situation, runner at second, nobody out. That's what he's pitching for. 4 strikeout for Zito, all swing and miss strike 3. This one comes on a changeup. Circle change, watch the little tail just sort of slide away from the right-handed hitting foreside. Grab some pine meat. Yep, Morro Bay. That's down from my neck of the woods in the offseason. Just a little bit north of San Luis Obispo.
Day off tomorrow, you can catch a ride.
It'll take about 10 days to get down there in that thing.
Here's Headley. Curveball strike to Headley, who lined out to Crawford in the first inning.
You ever heard of the slow boat to China? We just saw it.
Yeah, it'd be a fun ride, though. No balls and 1 strike. Zito will just chase Denarfia back. So 0-1 to Chase Headley. And it's got in on the hands of Headley. And just a routiner for Don Rhodey.
See Tony Graham, the first base ball dude. I think he'd like to have another play.
Who?
Yep, that's who.
Okay.
He's kind of mixing up the union tonight. He doesn't know if he's coming or going, if he's home or away.
0-2 to Headley. Headley bounces this breaking ball foul. A lot of work tonight for Don Rhodey.
He's making friends. A worthy recipient. This is where you elevate above the letters with that fastball.
Driven out to Pence. Pence is going to make the catch. Hadley has hit the ball on the nose twice, and he's 0 for 2.
You can sense the frustration. Came into this game hitting 221. And those are not the usual numbers. And you're going to see a little frustration coming back. You do want to throw that thing.
Yeah. Sometimes it is therapeutic, but we certainly don't suggest it.
Last year, Headley hit 286 with 31 homers, 115 RBIs, and he just can't get it going yet this year.
And a strike call to Kyle Blanks, who hit one off the end of the bat to Belt.
Blanks a big fella, 6'6", 265.
Perez has got a beat on it, and that'll end the inning. So the damage is 1 run. And it's 1-0 Padres.
By Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit HEPINS.com.
Padres with a 1-0 lead. Giants will have the bottom three in their lineup facing Edison Volquez. He's had a couple of strikeouts. And Sanchez on the first pitch bounces this one to Jesus Guzman. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Giants still looking for a base runner against Volquez.
So here's Perez getting a lofty 455. He's 5 for 11. And the Giants are hoping Perez will show them that he can handle right-handed pitching. If you can do that, he'll play a little more. A 1-2.
That's a good changeup. Giants trying to get a runner on to break up this rhythm of Volquez, because he's got a great flow going right now out of the windup.
And that's pulled just foul.
That's how you do it. If the ball's foul, reach out there and make a nice play.
Right, get after it.
Easy. You had your chance.
Two and two. Zito to follow. The 2-2. Full count to Juan Perez. And the payoff. Here it is to Perez. And Perez taps this one to the shortstop, Siriaco, and he beat it out. You better hurry with this kid.
It's such an asset, and the league doesn't know him. And certainly Siriaco didn't know him, because he laid back to get a good hop, and that's all it takes to give Perez a chance to beat it out. Watch Siriaco. He'll stop, and just that one step there to lay back and get a good hop. Too late. Not much of a backswing, so he got out of the box well. Now this kid can fly. That's 3-8 from the right side. That's flying.
So Zito will lay down a bunt. It's a good one. And Zito's retired. As Cruz moves down to second base.
Zito has really worked himself into being a very good bunter. And this was not an easy pitch to bunt. This is below the strike zone. Get out, show early, put that bat head at the top of the strike zone. You can see just how low that pitch was, down below the knees. Job well done.
So Blanco a chance to tie this game up. He struck out in the first inning. And that's fouled on the check swing.
Came right at him with a changeup, which has really been a bread and butter pitch for Volquez tonight. Of course, you could say that with everything he throws. He's commanded everything, but that changeup, especially the lefties, has been a dynamite pitch.
The 0-1 out of play, 0-2.
Backed it up. He wasn't fooling that one. Giants with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. You see what they have done. 3rd in the National League, 6th in the majors. And they were just money on this last road trip in this situation. And Blanco had a whole lot to do with that success.
Got him. That is the second time Volquez has struck out Blanco. It remains 1-0 Padres.
Well, go to CSN Giants and write down your answer. Question tonight: who did the Giants acquire from the Padres for Willie McCovey in 1973?
It is a 1-0 lead for San Diego. Zito will face Guzman, Grandal, and Venable. Doubles have hurt Zito tonight. He's given up 3 of them. Guzman struck out in the second. Here he takes a curveball for a strike.
I mean, that's a big breaking ball to control, and he just drops that thing in there for a lot of first pitch strikes. When he throws that thing first pitch, nobody swings at it.
Comes back but misses in tight. Arizona hosting Miami tonight. D-backs are leading that one 2-0. It was the Padres at home this past weekend, who swept the D-backs. There's a strike to make it 1-2.
Now you win 6 in a row like the Padres have done, you're feeling good about yourself. You're expected to win when you come to the ballpark. That is a happy clubhouse.
Hit out into center field. A good jump for Perez, and he'll track it down. All right, let's check in another time with Amy G. Amy?
Well, Dwayne, I'd like to introduce you to the Giants' second-round draft pick, Ryder Jones. Congratulations. This must be really exciting for you. Tell us about getting drafted and getting that call.
Yeah, it was a good experience. I was drafted on the 6th. My birthday was on the 7th, so it was right around there, and then I graduated the next day. So my dad actually put together a cake, and he put happy birthday, draft, and graduation on the same cake, so it was a good time.
That's a good day all around. All right, Ryder, you're a third baseman, but what is it like overall for you to be drafted by a team that won 2 World Series in 3 years?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great being picked up by a team that's competitive, and we have family in the area, so we've been coming out to San Francisco for years now, and it's kind of surreal actually.
You were actually committed to Stanford, but chose to go with the Giants. What goes into that decision? That's a big one. Stanford's a great school.
I think when it all comes down to it, we tried to put money out of the factor and school out of the factor, and I think I just wanted to start as young as I can and get into the professional program as quick as I could and get with the Giants, and that was the deciding factor for me.
How do you explain your first view of AT&T Park?
Yeah, it's amazing. I've been to a lot of parks, and this one's definitely got a special feel on the bay with the players and the fans, and I think they've sold out around 200 games in a row, so it's a great experience.
You are a third baseman, as I mentioned. Do you have anyone that you've formed your game after, or somebody that you grew up really enjoying watching play the game?
Yeah, I mean, I played shortstop in high school, so I try to watch Derek Jeter as much as I can. I love watching him. I love just how he goes about the game and how he feels and how he hits.
Ryder Jones, his whole family's here, guys. Mom, Tiffany, Dad, Billy, and son, Utah. Dad said their last name is Jones, so they had to come up with some unique names for the boys. Ryder and Utah, you're looking at the future, gentlemen.
All right, good stuff, Amy. Ryder in Utah. Here's Venable. He takes high. 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, we know he's articulate.
He's not shy.
No. So congratulations, Ryder Jones. Welcome to the family.
Your journey is just begun. There's a bunt, and it's a good one. Belt's going to have to do some magic here, and Venable's going to beat it out. That's what you like about Will Venable. He hits one about 405 feet that's caught in right center field in his first at bat, and then he does this.
Well, he's fast. He's smart. Really, it's kind of a tough play. It becomes a foot race between Abreu, the second baseman, Barry Zito, and Will Venable. And Venable is going to win that just about every time.
Here's Siriaco. We've known Will's parents for a very long time. Max and Molly. We played with Max in the early 80s. And there's no doubt he got the bunt and the speed from Max. He got the power from Molly.
Well, that is true. But he is an exceptional athlete. Venable went to Princeton as a basketball player. Tore up the Ivy League. And the type of player that can do a lot of things for you.
Cued, Belt, and everybody's going to be safe again. And that was hard to explain. But I know this. Siriaco can get down the line pretty good.
Brandon Belt, I mean, he has to come in and field this thing, swing it, bunt right out the head. It becomes a play where he just can't get over because he has no time. The speed of Siriaco is better than what we saw with Venable. A little bit of a veer there to stay away from what would have been a swipe tag from Belt. So two similar looking plays, one a bunt, one a full swing. Baseball. Never know what you're going to get. And this becomes a stress inning now. Remember, Volquez got a double his last at bat against Zito.
Yeah, he went right over the bag at third. No balls and 1 strike.
And there's not anything that Brandon Belt could do more than what he did.
I thought that he would be able to get to it and tag Siriaco, but that was he had no chance.
None.
One ball and 1 strike as it's just off the plate.
Just a wee bit outside.
1-2.
Chance you're going to see that curveball again right here.
Got him. That's a good call. It's the 5th strikeout for Zito. Abreu, Crawford, and Pence coming up.
In any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
All right, it's time now to ask and answer our AT&T trivia question. The question tonight, who did the Giants acquire from the Padres for Willie McCovey in 1973? No. Survey said, well, Mike Caldwell.
Well, you go from the orange and black to whatever the Padres colors were back then. And that's what Stretch looked like. And I got to tell you something. I love Stretch, but he looked terrible in that uniform.
Yeah, he didn't look good in any other uniform except the Giants uniform. He actually had, he was with the A's for a while. Strapped that one on too.
Here's Abreu. Abreu, Crawford, and Pence. Down low, 2 balls and no strikes. 3 strikeouts for Volquez, no walks. He's allowed 1 hit. That was an infield hit to Juan Perez, who just used his feet to beat it out. Three and 0. Giants need a base runner, and they need to get, as Mike has said on a couple of occasions, they need to get Volquez into a stretch early. And Abreu taking all the way, and he takes a low strike.
This is an example of an umpire looking for a strike. You won't see that called again 3-1. I have no problem with that.
You see Scudero with that pinky finger taped up. And that time, it's a ball.
So they get their leadoff hitter on. Well, Giants taking on the Padres tomorrow at 7 p.m. You'll see pregame live at 6:30. It is Say Hey Tuesday. Yahoo Sports Talk live from the Plaza at 5 p.m. And as we mentioned, pregame live at 6:30. You'll see it right here in Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Be one of the first 500 fans to stop by and get a cheer card and a pair of Comcast Sportsnet Giants sunglasses. Those are the glasses that will be given out. They are extremely cool. UV protected. She is rocking them.
It looks like a little brother wants a pair.
So tomorrow, Willie Mays Plasma. Get there at 5 o'clock. You can get some glasses.
Here's Crawford. Swing. Gonna miss. No balls and 1 strike.
Changeup has just neutralized lefties tonight for Volquez.
Abreu opens up the inning with a walk. And this is hit in the right field, a base hit. Abreu is going to put on the brakes, and that's the smart thing to do. So Crawford, who's wiggling that hand a little bit like that one stung, finds a hole.
It didn't sound solid. It sounded hollow right off the end of the bat, and that will definitely put a sting in your hand. But when you get a base hit, the sting doesn't seem that bad. So for the second time tonight, the Giants get a runner at second base.
So here's Pence. Pence struck out looking in the second. Way outside. With Belt to follow. A walk and a base hit. And the Giants are in the middle part of their lineup right now against Edinson Volquez. And there's that pitch that Pence is thinking, you know, that's just a little wide.
A little backdoor action on it with a 2-seam fastball. He doesn't like it. And it has not been consistent out there. Zito has not gotten anything out there against righties, and Volquez has. And I think players, you know, they watch what's being called when they're playing defense. Pence didn't say a whole lot ever, but he's obviously upset about that call.
Taps this one foul. It's 1-2. Volquez has had his way for the most part career-wise against Pence. So Hunter Pence now into battle. See slightly open stance. Two and two.
Good hard curveball. I mean, an absolute perfect location in the 1-2 count. That's how you take advantage of count leverage if you have it as a pitcher. You throw something, let it drop out of the strike zone and hope a guy chases, and a lot of guys hack at that one.
And Hunter Pence did the second half of the season last year.
A lot.
And Volquez will step off. Two and two. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Abreu at second, Crawford at first. And Pence again gets a piece.
No, I can smell the popcorn. That is your kryptonite right there, baby.
Yep. Probably going to take an inning off here in a minute.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
2 balls and 2 strikes. And he did it again. It's 3 and 2.
He wanted to. He wanted to swing.
Well, that's what Volquez was banking on. He doesn't want to throw this first strike.
Last year, flailing.
Absolutely. And that really has been a difference this year for Hunter Pence.
Well, the difference last year, he had 219 as a Giant. This year, 297. Well, mainly because he's getting better pitches to hit. He's more selective. Seeing the ball better.
Here's the payoff. Breaking ball, and he wasn't fooled. It stays at 3-2. Buddy Black, the former Giant, takes a deep breath. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here it comes. And a swing and a foul. And it did come with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and Pence got a piece.
That was just a country hardball challenge, and he had some reach back velocity at 94. And look at the ball go straight back. Pence had him timed just a little underneath the ball. But look at the body. He's not fooled.
3-2. Got him.
Well, that's as good a changeup as you can throw. And that was a pretty good matchup right there. The payoff pitch and the 3-2 count. He comes back, same arm action as the 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Only this is at 85. And that, folks, is a big league changeup. Look how far out front he is.
So, here's Belt.
You can't pitch a guy any tougher than that.
On a 3-2 pitch. Belt bounced out to second. Giants are looking for some big hits from Brandon Belt.
Watch the way that Marquez pitched that matchup there against Hunter Pence. Tells you one thing. He's got a pretty good rhythm going out of the stretch, too.
Belt with a base hit to right field. Denorfia has got it. Here's the throw home. It's way offline, allowing Crawford to go to third. Belt comes through. Game tied.
Well, that ends the drought. First run the Giants have scored since the 5th inning on Saturday. And let's watch it again. They set an outside target that goes middle in. And Brandon Belt finds a hole on the right side. And Denorfia's got a pretty good arm. Really throws wide. That's not like him. Abreu coming around. Taking a look. Knew he had to dig. But with the errant throw, an easy stand-up score for Abreu. And we have a brand new ballgame.
And here's Arias. Arias bounced out to third in the second.
Generous strike again.
Well, if you're going to see that pitch, you're going to have to try to poke it into right field. That's the only thing you can do.
Or a safety squeeze. It's a good play here.
Maybe a hit and run, and it's lined to left. Crawford's going to tag, and the Giants are going to take the lead in a nice at bat from Joaquin Arias.
Or you just can hit an honest fly ball to left field. And Kyle Blanks doesn't even make a throw. That is a great at bat. That's just good situational baseball. It's a pretty good pitch to hit. You're looking for something up, and that is right above the belt. An easy pitch to get airborne.
I can tell you what, Mike, you don't see many sacrifice flies on hit and runs. You don't.
That's true. I think that was why Arias was smiling back in the Giants dugout.
So here's Hector Sanchez. Belt's going to go. The throw down is going to be late. His third steal of the year.
Well, Belt's really delivered. He never even looked at him. Huge jump for Belt. I want to start that slide a bit earlier next time.
Well, baby giraffes are a little awkward going into second.
You forget about him. I mean, he did that last year.
One ball and one strike.
Watch how close to the bag he starts his slide, and he really slams this thing hard with his left foot. Some guys pop ankles doing that.
One and one to Sanchez. 2-1 to Sanchez.
Mike Murphy, Giants clubhouse legend, been here since 1958. He talks about Hector Sanchez, calls him George Clooney. Okay, I can see that.
Sanchez went around. It's 2-2.
It's amazing how many nicknames Mike Murphy has laid on guys over the years.
I think we need a section in the press guide next year with Murph's nicknames to all the guys that have gone through the clubhouse. Two-two pitch. Foul down the left field line.
And the conversation is always like, all right, Murph, what about Don Drysdale? Well, that's the thumper. The thumper? That's the thumper. What about Stan Musial? Stosh. And it goes on. You throw a name out there, he's got a name for him. And it goes all the way back to 1958. Miguel Murphy, one of a kind.
Hit on the ground into right field, a base hit. Here comes Bell. It's 3-1 Giants. Another two-out base hit. And the stolen base.
Stolen base sets it up. Just a mistake in concentration. The last thing you say to yourself as a pitcher, I want to check that runner at first. So the 90-foot gift that the Giants got because of the stolen base, Hector Sanchez just takes advantage of it. Nice balanced swing. One thing we've seen about Hector Sanchez is he definitely has control of his bat head. He will not overswing, especially late in the count.
Here's Perez, who had an infield hit in the third. And that got Brian Gorman square. All three hits in this inning have been to the same spot.
Watch the mask of Gorman. Cut him right there on the ear of the face mask.
It's not the first time for Brian Gorman, and it won't be the last.
It's sort of part of the deal when you strap that gear on. They don't call the catcher's equipment the tools of ignorance for nothing.
And there's a breaking ball for a strike, 0-2.
Let's go Giants. Indeed.
A little breezy where they're at. Hit on the ground towards the hole, and this is going to be a base hit. Well, the seeing eye ground ball has been a factor in this inning.
Well, when you have speed like Perez, you find a hole like that, and the infielder gets to it in an awkward manner, it's going to be a no contest. Siriaco did the smart thing, just took a bite out of it, and he had no play.
So Darren Balsley is going to come out, the Padres pitching coach. The Marlins, by the way, have tied the game up against the D-backs on a Giancarlo 2-run home run off of Patrick Corbin. So here's Zito. Barry Zito had a sacrifice bunt in the third. And here he takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. Activity now in the Padre bullpen. That's Tyson Ross, the former Oakland A. He's a local kid. He's got good stuff. Swing and a miss, or at least a piece by Zito. 1 ball and 1 strike. Zito is looking to cash in for an RBI. He's 4 for 20. He swung at that and then looked towards left field like, I almost had that one. Outside, 2 balls and a strike.
.31 pitches in the inning for Valquez. Who is a good friend of Luke Gregerson.
Right in the wheelhouse of Barry Zito. It's 2-2.
As shallow as the Padres outfielders are playing, and as slow as Sanchez is, doubtful that if there was a base hit that he would be able to score.
He was going to hit one over their head.
I would like to see that.
Next time. 5 strikeouts for Volquez. A walk. 4 singles. And the big hit by Brandon Belt. The Giants lead 3-1. won as a result of good starting pitching, timely hitting, and good defense. Our goal was to be right in the middle of the pennant race. Our guys are responding and playing very good baseball. It really hasn't been just the past 6 games. They started their run when they swept the Giants. It was probably about, what, a month ago?
Yeah.
In a 3-game series at home, and they were really scuffling. I mean, really scuffling.
Well, Buddy Black has done a nice job since he's taken over for the San Diego Padres. And one thing that he consistently will do is that he will get his team mentally ready to play. And they will believe they have a chance to win. And that isn't always easy when you have a lot of injuries and you have a lot of young players.
He will pass up Bruce Bochy for Padre wins as a manager. He will. Here's Denarfia. Denarfia is 1 for 2. And a man looking for strikes. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
That's why pitchers like Brian Gorman back there. He will give some strikes that are off the plate.
Popped up. Belt. Nope.
Yeah, I'm convinced if Brandon Belt can't get it, nobody can.
He does have, when he gets over to the sidewall there, he does have the extendo arms. There's no doubt about that.
He does. So if he gets over there in time, braces himself, he can go about halfway into that pit down there with his reach.
He's got half a body and all those inches of arms that can dig those things out.
Plus, as we've seen, he's not afraid to fall over the railing either.
Denarfia rolls this one foul. It stays at 2-2. Zito with 66 pitches.
See the shutdown innings, 15 out of 18 opportunities. 7th best in the National League.
Got him. All right, let's check in with the 2-time Emmy winner, Amy G.
Hey, you guys won too. Proud of you. Don't leave that unsaid. All right, the Giants, what are they going to come up with next, gentlemen? Today we found out they opened up a first of its kind, the At Cafe. That's for Twitter, gentlemen. The At Cafe is a social media headquarters. It's located on the promenade level right next to the glove. Fans can gather there and find out all the information they want about their Giants. Not up to the minute, it is up to the second. Instagram, Google+, Facebook, and gentlemen, Twitter. It's the spot you want to be. And you can charge your phone and get a good hot cup of Pete's coffee. It's pretty cool. Check it out, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a cup of Pete's coffee tonight. It was just fantastic.
Awesome. If you are familiar with this ballpark, where Build-A-Bear used to be, and it's a great location. Jeremy Affel took a trip out there before the game. 1-2 now to Forsythe.
Good changeup from Zito.
See, I think if you put a little table and chairs on top of it, that's where we ought to do a game from. Yeah, there's the table.
Yeah, I'm in.
Grady's always big fan of those events.
Grady Lever, our stage manager.
Just right on top of that. It would be perfect. Get all the coffee you want. Probably get great internet service above that.
Oh, no question.
Got him.
Ooh, curveball, which has been a go-to pitch for him tonight. 7th strikeout for Zito. Forsythe tries to stay back on it.
And that's the pitch that he's had forever, correct?
Yeah, it really is a ball that literally starts out over your head if you're hitting off from the right side. And by the time it starts to drop in, I mean, the angle on it is so acute, you just don't see a break like that.
Headley's 0 for 2 with 2 line drive outs. And a strike to even the count.
It's the cutter he did not have in his last outing in Pittsburgh. It gave him problems. He made a lot of mistakes out over the middle of the plate, which you just don't see him make, especially when he's ahead in the count 0-2, 1-2. It's not been a problem tonight. And he's got a good rhythm going right now.
Headley just got a piece. One ball and 2 strikes. And that pitch is high to even the count. Hit high and foul down the right field line. Do you find this to be kind of an odd day? Like out of your routine?
Oh.
After going to bed at about 5:30 in the morning?
I couldn't get off the couch.
3-2. And this is not a complaint. It's, you get into these routines at home.
But normally the first day back from a 9-day road trip, you're running some errands. No chance today.
Payoff pitch to Headley. Was not close. The errands that I ran today, I ran in the house.
That's right. I didn't know this. Coffee tasted really good today. Too much coffee, though, will mess with your hair.
Yeah, make your hair stand straight up. Here's Blanks. Blanks has bounced out to first and he's hit a fly ball to center field. It is a good attitude, though. I'll give that young man credit. Here, if you're Zito, you got to keep Blanks in the park.
And we talked about the size of this guy, 6'6", 265. He has a very, very compact swing for a guy his size.
Two 2-0. So Zito right now is a bit out of whack.
Go back to April 21st, the first time the Padres were here. Remember this play? It was Banks who went in there and just took on the left field wall. I mean, he popped it to the point where his glasses blew up. He cut his eye. And there was a wicked noise when he slammed into the padding. He had to leave the ball game. It really rocked him. But he is a big man.
Two 2-0 to Blanks. And Zito will check on Headley. And a strike. Good pitch at the knees.
That's how you take away count leverage. You do it with location. And that was perfect.
Swing and a miss, 2-2.
This two-pitch sequence got the 2-0 strike with a fastball on the outside corner, comes right back, same arm action with a changeup. He gets a swing through. Now you can go down to dirt, try and bounce a curveball. You can elevate a fastball above the zone. You can run a cutter in his hands. It's like Sanchez wants the curveball.
Got him. He strikes out the side, and a shutdown inning for Barry Zito.
It was Gregor Blanco. Who else? Putting on a clinic with the glove. In the first inning at the wall, he robs Justin Upton of extra bases. And then he does it again in the 7th inning. A diving catch off the bat of Freddie Freeman. This is an outstanding play. Really right on the top of the grass, 3 inches from the ground when he finally wound up making that play. And that effort, and both those efforts, really worthy of our AT&T U-verse rewind last night.
He was sensational. He had a great road trip. As most of the Giants did swinging the bat. Blanco will lead things up. Blanco Abreu Crawford against Edison Volquez, who really has pitched pretty well. He got dinged for 4 singles in the 4th inning. What probably upset him the most about the 4th is he walked the leadoff hitter. And that's bunted foul, and it's 0-1. See, the first time through the lineup, the Giants were 1 for 8. Perez had an infield hit. And then the second time through, 4 for 7. 2 out base hits were the theme in the 4th inning. And the 0-1 to Blanco. In tight, 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah. There's always creative ways to stay warm.
Well, that's a good one right there. We haven't seen that. It's a bit brisk tonight.
1 and 2.
It's just Northern California being Northern California.
How about when we get off the plane this morning at about 3:30?
That was a jolt.
I thought it was the Arctic.
I was looking for that hat right there. Or that one.
The 1-2 to Blanco. Blanco hits it up the middle and into center field, a base hit.
Now, we've seen Edinson Volquez make that play behind his back, and he almost pulled it off again. So what is an important at bat when a guy's had a rough inning like Volquez had in the fourth, the leadoff hitter the next inning, and just like that with a swing back up the middle, Blanco puts him right back in the stretch.
Well, we talked about the Marlins. They're in Arizona currently, but they'll be in on Thursday to start a 4-game series. Saturday, the first 40,000 fans will receive a Ryan Vogelsong bobblehead courtesy of PG&E, and then on Sunday, the first 20,000 fans will receive a World Champions beach towel courtesy of Bug Zappers Pest Control. Visit sfgiants.com as Abreu takes the pitch down low. Well, Blanco was a pitch away from the strikeout hat trick, and he snuck one past Volquez. And the ground attack continuing for the Giants. I think Blanco is about to take off, though. Atlanta and New York, the Mets, they were in a long rain delay. They're in the 5th inning now. It's 0-0. Way outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
And a Mets Braves series. They're going to play 5 games in 4 days. They've got some makeup work to do because of earlier rainouts in the year.
Not only was it a late ending to the game last night, but on the way to the airport, it just started to rain, lightning. Swing and a miss, 2-1. And to be really frank, the Giants, we were lucky to get out of there, out of Atlanta when we did.
We really were. The bus leaving the ballpark, and the skies just opened up. And it rained it was pouring rain when we flew out of Atlanta. So you're looking at a rain delay that would have been at least an hour.
2-1 to Abreu. A quick toss, chasing Abreu back. Yep, together we're Giants.
Took some time putting that together.
A little work today before they came to the yard.
Very nice.
2 balls and a strike.
Think back in that road trip, getting into Pittsburgh and then going to Atlanta. I mean, those are 2 cities that are notorious for rain delays. So the Giants really did catch a break. Two and two.
Abreu may have been thinking about an off-speed pitch, but he chased the high fastball.
Abreu from Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic, 3-year veteran, 28 years old.
Blanco has extended his lead by about a half a step. Two balls, 2 strikes. Will Blanco go? He does not. And that's popped back and out of play.
Abreu originally came up with the Dodgers 2007. He was top prospect in the Dodgers organization. There you see Pedro Blanco 7 for 9 in steal attempts to second base.
Double play. 2 down in the 5th.
Really not a whole lot you can do. You take your secondary lead as a runner, and that ball was hit right on the screws. And Jose Guzman, all he did is lift his hands up, and the glove found it. And if you're Blanco, you've got nowhere to go except back to the dugout.
So here's Crawford. Crawford had a base hit in the 4th. And strike, and it's 0-1. This will be pitch number 86 for Volquez. Two and 0, or make it 2-1.
It's another area of growth we've really seen from Brandon Crawford this year, and it really explains as to why he's hitting 290s deep in the season. He's staying in the strike zone. He's not chasing. When you're a young hitter, it takes you a while to get established with guys and get a true knowledge of what they throw and how they're going to use their stuff. And once you have that, it allows you to stay in that strike zone a little bit better.
Out of play this time down the left field line. 2-2.
It's all part of the process. You get the knowledge up here, you learn how to deal with the speed up here, and then you don't just survive, you start to excel. And that's when you know you've arrived.
So Volquez taking some time. And now the 2-2 pitch coming up to Crawford. And Crawford chases that breaking ball to end the inning. 6 strikeouts for Volquez. It is the 6th inning coming up. Giants history on 1970. That's right, 1970 at the stick. Giants legend Willie Mays and Ernie Banks of the Cubs both hit home runs, making it the first time 2 big leaguers with 500 home runs to do it in the same game. Giants 3, Padres 1. 6th inning. Guzman, Grandal, Venable. And the pitch. Very high, 1 ball and no strikes. And spot, 2 balls and no strikes.
One thing we learned about Guzman when he was a Giant is that he'll use the whole field. Giants give him the lines and they bunch the gaps on both sides of the field, pretty much straight away for Juan Perez, a straightaway center, just about 3 steps towards the left field side. And those are wide and those are easy takes. 3 pitches in a row. 88 pitches now for Zito.
Zito has to come in and do it again. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Check in with Amy G.
All right, Dwayne, if folks aren't able to come to this game tomorrow night, they ought to hit the All-Star game tomorrow night. California, Carolina All-Star game, the 17th annual, and it's being hosted at Municipal Stadium. This is Ty Block. He's with the San Jose Giants. He's a pitcher, and he's an All-Star. So congratulations. Tell us a little bit about the hype up to the game tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're looking forward to having the game in San Jose. It's going to be a blast to be able to have the All-Star game in front of our home fans, and great organization with the Giants, and hopefully we can get a win for the California League.
Ty, you got to walk out Triples Plaza over there onto the field. Did you get a little feel for what might be in your future?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing being able to walk out there in front of the crowd and see all the people in the stands, and know that one day that's the goal, to be able to play in front of everybody and put on a show for them.
Well, gentlemen, more than 50 All-Stars are here representing the California and Carolina leagues, but there are 8 San Jose Giant All-Stars. You guys have quite the club down there, don't you?
It's been amazing. Our team is really, really close, and it's a testament to how well our team has played to see this many guys in the All-Star game. And we've had a lot of injuries, but it's been pretty impressive to see what these guys have done.
And you recently clinched the first half of the North Division, so that is a California League record, 10 consecutive playoff appearances. That's got to be pretty exciting, quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, our team is really excited. We worked really hard all year to try to clinch this first half, and it was definitely a relief being able to get it done on Thursday night there in Visalia. So,
well, congratulations. Good luck in the game tomorrow. Hope you do well. And if you're not here, go there. Go see the All-Star game, guys.
All right, thanks. Good job. Here's Venable, who takes in tight, 2 balls and no strikes.
Did not miss by much. Now the San Jose Giants have just really had a great year. As you see, Gene Machi now starting to get heated up.
So Venable ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. And Zito drops it in there to make it 3-1. Siriaco on deck. Could be playable for Sanchez. Just out of play. It hit the top of the fence. It hit the pipe. So it's 3-2.
There's the winner. Not a lot of pop-up area here. That's always favored the hitters. Fans love it. They get close to the action. Pitchers, they'd like a little more area, I think.
Center field. Perez will put it away.
Well, fans, All-Star voting is well underway. And if you want to vote, go to sfgiants.com/vote or go on your mobile device to go to MLB.com/vote. Currently, Posey and Sandoval are leading at their respective positions, and Hunter Pence is making a strong push for one of the 3 outfielder positions. So you can vote up to 35 times per email address. So get on board and start voting. We need to get some Giants in that All-Star game.
Squirrel, deserving. Romo.
Brandon Crawford.
So you think pitchers would like to have more foul territory here?
Yeah, I do.
Would they like it to be deeper in right center?
Yeah, I think they'd like to have like 490 out there in right center.
Instead of 421.
These are the All-Star vote leaders right now. Posey is leading at the catching position. Joey Votto, Brandon Phillips, 2 Reds. Pablo Sandoval, 2 Giants. Troy Tulowitzki, Carlos Beltran, Bryce Harper, Justin Upton. Last year, Posey, the leading vote getter.
One and 0 to Siriaco. 1 ball and 1 strike to Siriaco.
Next pitch, number 100 on the night for Zito.
And that ball gets away, and Grandal, not realizing quickly enough, he stays at first. Two and one.
You see the distribution of pitches.
Foul, look out, club level.
That was yanked up there. Everybody okay? I think they found a youngster.
Looked like a frightened youngster.
There you go.
Like, what's the big deal?
What just happened?
Yeah, I'm about ready to just cry.
He's fighting it. Hang in there.
2 and 2.
He was minding his own business, just having a ball, and all of a sudden, the ball found him.
Foul, look out. Into right field, Pence coming in, and Pence is going to knock it down. It came on a bounce. Moving over to third is Grandal. So Nick Hundley will be introduced. And that's going to be it for Zito. So Gene Machi is going to come in. And you're going to hear a really nice ovation for Barry Zito with this sellout crowd. It's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Take a look at the numbers for Gene Machi. 21st time that he's come in. Excellent job. 21 strikeouts and 22 and a third. A low to mid-90s fastball, 2 types of grip. Kind of a slurry breaking ball and a fork ball, really. It's, you could call it a split, but he really jams it into his hand. It doesn't have quite the rotation that a split would have. It's more of a tumbling type rotation.
So Hundley will hit. Hundley's hitting .234, 4 home runs, 16 driven in. Giancarlo Stanton has hit another home run. The pitch to Hundley. At the knees, no balls and 1 strike. School's out, Mike.
School's out for the summer.
A little sugar.
Absolutely, they deserved it. They earned it. They don't need much help.
Runner goes. And this is to the backstop. And coming in to score is Grandal. And it's now a 1-run game.
Breaking ball, and it really is something that gnaws on a catcher. When you have a breaking ball called and you can't get your body in front of it to block it, it's the easiest pitch to block. And Hector Sanchez just did not get there in time. That's a big mistake.
So now the tying run is at second base. I wonder the fact that Siriaco was going, if that had anything to do with Sanchez's attempt.
Well, you're right. I mean, he may have come up a little bit in anticipation of getting a good jump to get into a throwing position to get off a throw. And for whatever reason, he just did not get enough body over to the right to block that ball. That's your first priority. But you work hard, you hate to see a run cashed in. A play that should have been made.
Crawford. And that'll end the inning. A run on 1 hit. Hunter Pence will lead things off. Some highlights of the Barry Zito outing. So Zito goes 5 2/3, and he allowed 2 runs.
Yeah, he really pitched well tonight. 3-2 Giants because of the efforts of Barry Zito.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Tim Stauffer now the new pitcher for San Diego. See his numbers. 4-pitch guy. Stauffer's a guy who can spot start for you. He gives you a fastball that goes low 90s. 2 types of movement with curveball, slider, and a changeup. 17 strikeouts against 4 walks. Excellent numbers.
Headley has this right near the bag, and Pence is retired on the ground ball. Brendan Belt had an RBI single in the 4th.
Yeah, it really was the big hit in that inning. The one bad inning that Volquez had. Giants took advantage of every opportunity. Put 3 runs on the board.
So Belt 1 for 2. And he bunts this one foul. Good idea.
Absolutely. If they're going to put the shift on, why not? You're in a 1-run ball game. Your team's looking for base runners. This is not a ballpark that you see home runs hit out of here easily. And really, if you get that thing down there enough with his speed, he could put himself at second base.
Well, Headley now has had to adjust as he comes about 4 steps closer to home plate. And Belt pops this one up. Sirocco called off by Venable, 2 outs. Here's the At Cafe that we were talking about, up by the old Build-A-Bear. And a lot going on in there, including some great coffee. A lot of information available if you bring a device. That'll get you on the internet. Here's Arias. Out of play, 0-1.
Well, it's an extremely cool idea. And if you need to recharge your phone, that's the place to go do it. And it's fun. There's the charging station.
I see Amy G in that shot. Is she lurking?
Well, Amy G, she'll charge her phone up like 5 or 6 times a day. It's amazing.
One and 2 to Arias, who got a sacrifice fly in that 4th inning.
Smile.
Got him. 7th inning coming up. Barry Zito struck out 8 in this game. Volquez gave up 3 earned runs with 6 strikeouts. See that San Diego 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. The Giants did a good job in the inning they scored in the 4th. So it'll be Machi against the top of the order, Denorfia, Forsythe, and then Headley. Denorfia 1 for 3 against Zito. And here he takes wide, 1 ball and no strikes. The Padres have got this to a 1-run game.
It's kind of how you figured these games would be played. Giants, Padres. A lot of similarities between these teams.
Machi misses.
Comes a big pitch.
It does.
Game has gone final in Arizona. Miami, 2 home runs from Giancarlo Stanton, beat the Diamondbacks.
Crawford can't get to this one, and on a 2-0 pitch, Denorfia becomes the tying run at first.
Our old friend Dave Roberts coaching first base for the Padres.
Forsythe 1 for 3. And Denorfia just got back.
And I think Machi surprises a lot of people. With his quickness over to first base, he's got a good move.
One ball and no strikes. Into right center field, that's going to be a base hit. The tying run is going to be at third. Is Forsythe comes through with a base hit. All right, let's check in with Amy G.
All right, Dwayne and Mike, tonight is Autism Awareness Night here at AT&T Park. The Giants partnered with Autism Speaks, and they had Will the Thrill representing. Of course, Will's son Trey is on the autism spectrum. I spoke with Will for a bit before today's game. He says 1 in 88 kids is afflicted with autism, and he hopes everyone gets on board to bring awareness and start talking about it. Guys?
It is very important to Will Clark. Games like this one where their family affected with autism.
Will and his wife Lisa have 2 children. Their oldest son Trey has autism. Will here with his whole family. His daughter Ella also here tonight.
Dave, we're getting a visit with Gene Machi, and the Padres now have runners at the corners with nobody out. As you see, Sandy Rosario getting loose in the bullpen. Headley is lined out twice and he's walked.
Strikeout situation here.
No balls and 1 strike.
And that was nasty. I can tell you right now, that pitch just impressed Chase Headley. Good split, just bottomed right out. Hector Sanchez, you've got to be on your toes here. Got to block everything. And you can't throw splits any better than that. I mean, this thing starts right at the belt and bottoms out right below the knees. I mean, that's a lot of sink. Headley's thinking to himself, man, I hope he doesn't throw another one like that. See Rosario.
And that's going to be a base hit. And this game is tied on an 0-2 pitch. Headley with a single.
Pretty impressive at bat from Headley. And the mistake made there for Machi is he cut too much strike zone in an 0-2 count. And that's a situation there where you really don't want to think about hanging one. You've got to think about bouncing one in the dirt.
Headley just said thank you very much.
That ball just had a little bit too much hang to it.
Here's Blanks. Blanks is 0 for 3.
You have to have that feeling when you're on that mound with a runner at third base in a strikeout situation. You could bounce a ball and it's going to get blocked. You work hard to get to that 0-2 advantage, and that is not a pitch where you want to leave it in the strike zone. Saw Chase Headley take swing out, go the opposite way. I mean, that's a respectful at bat, and he made it work.
Two balls and one strike. Three straight singles here in the seventh have tied the game. Off of Blanks' foot, it's 2-2. Machi trying to get an out here in the seventh. It's been problematic. Crawford charging. That's one, and that's all they'll get.
Pretty spectacular play there by Brandon Crawford to get that out at second base. And there was some gamble and some risk involved in this play. His momentum, and most shortstops would have gone right on with that momentum to first base. So they get the out at second. It takes a runner out of scoring position, and they maintain the force at first with Blanks.
So here's Guzman. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Just a bit outside, 1-0.
That throw over called by Bochy.
Machi looking for the double play ball. Strikeout, double play, pop up. Now trying to keep this at a tie game. One ball and one strike.
A lot of things going on. Couple blanks. I mean, he will, despite his size, he will try and steal. You don't pay attention to him.
Maybe a pair. Crawford. Belt. Got him. Just what the doctor ordered to keep this game tied. Inning is Hector Sanchez will lead it off, and Sanchez facing Stauffer, and he takes the fastball outside, 1-0. Perez, and then a pinch hitter. Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Nice changeup from Stauffer. When you can throw that pitch and fastball counts, that's when it's most effective. As you see Jeremy Affeldt finishing off his warm-up pitches, he will pitch the 8th inning.
Two balls and a strike. Out of play, 2-2. Stauffer comes back with a fastball up and away. This little guy's ready. He brought his glove. He brought his smile, and he brought his mom. How about that?
Can't beat that combo.
I don't think he's had a seat the whole night. 2-2 pitch. Look out as Stauffer grabs it for out number 1. Not hit that hard, but nevertheless, you don't know that when it comes back at you.
Yeah, this is kind of the survival mode here. You ask him how he caught that, he has no idea. That glove just sort of found the ball. so. It turns out to be a big league hang with him for Sanchez. It gets by Stauffer. That's a base hit.
Here's Perez, who's got a couple of infield hits as he wraps this one on one hop to Headley.
Well, spend the 4th of July weekend right here at AT&T Park. Giants can host the Dodgers July 5th, 6th, and 7th. And Sunday, that July 7th game is Trading Card Day presented by Chevron to the first 20,000 fans. So plan ahead. Go to sfgiants.com for tickets.
So here's Noonan. Nick Noonan's going to pinch hit. Tough to maintain a decent average when you're getting at bats one every 2 or 3 days. Noonan fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. Noonan hooks this one foul.
0-1 changeup, it looked like from Stauffer that he went down and golfed. There you go. I like to see it. Suit, glove, daughter. That's a hit.
Yeah. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for taking me along tonight. One and 2 to Noonan. Noonan fouls this one.
Stauffer just pounded down around the knees and below. And Nick Noonan in the survival mode right here, going after everything, fighting it off. This is a pitcher. When you watch a guy covering that low power zone, you think about changing sightlines up around the chest. Above the letters. They're going back down low again.
Keeps Alonso, letting everybody know that he's okay. Pete, one of our many veteran camera people here at the park.
Yeah, that's a nice way of saying old.
Yep.
A couple of Gregor Blanco fans.
You know what? That's attitude. I like that. That's something that we haven't seen before, and that's very unusual. I guarantee you Mom had something to do with that.
Yeah, oh, that's got Mom written all over it.
Noonan out into right center field, but Denorfia is there, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the 8th. With Apfel coming in, it's 3-3.
brought to you by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
All right, stay tuned immediately after Giants baseball for Esurance Giants postgame live. Highlights, reaction analysis, it's all coming up right after the ball game. It's a 3-3 ball game. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Jeremy Affeldt in now for Bruce Bochy, 27th time that he has come into a ball game. See the numbers, 14 strikeouts and 23 in the third.
Grandal will lead things off, and he takes the pitch down low. Base hit. All right, let's check in with Amy G.
All right, Dwayne, Giants fans get to meet the newest Giants reliever in our latest edition of Bull Shootin'. It's at csnbarry.com. Jake Dunning joins me. He talks about making his major league debut yesterday. He also shares how he let his dad know the big news that he was going to the show. Bull Shootin', csnbarry.com, guys.
All right, Amy. And for the Padres, that's now the third straight inning the leadoff hitter has reached, and they've scored in every inning. They also had a leadoff hitter on in the third when Volquez doubled. So Venable bunts through this breaking ball, and it's 0-1. A 3-3 ball game. Padres now with 10 hits. One ball and one strike.
It's 3 innings in a row now. The Padres have put that leadoff runner on base.
Arias is charging down the line at third, and it's high, and it's 2-1.
You're always taught to throw fastballs high in bunt situations, but in these type of scenarios, I mean, you've got to pitch this guy as if he's going to swing the bat, even if he's going to show bunt. Because Venable, and you throw him a cookie up there high, he can knock him out of the ballpark.
And that time, Venable offered, it's 2-2. Got him.
Boy, he just wore out that inside corner. Remember, his fastball is going to get up there and it's going to sink. When it finally makes its movement to the hitter, it's going to come back into a left-handed hitter. Beautiful 2-strike pitch. And a big strikeout. Padres really are a little short-handed tonight. Carlos Quentin on the bench has got some problems with his health, as does Everett Cabrera. So Bud Black doesn't have a lot of extra bodies.
Siriaco is 2 for 3. 80th birthday? Happy birthday.
Yeah, indeed. It's a milestone.
'80's the new 60. You see that guy? Look it.
I would not take him on. We would lose.
80's the new 60. Plus, I'm sure that's his wife. He robbed the cradle in that department.
Gamer.
Crawford, Abreu at double play depth. Grandal led the inning off with a base hit off of Affeldt.
see a little bit in. Normal double play depth because of the speed of both base runners.
1 and 2.
Or actually, because of the speed of Siriaco. Keep throwing curveballs like that. Don't worry about hitting the ground ball. When he gets that curveball going, I mean, it's as big as Barry Zito's and a little bit harder.
Got him. Like that?
Yeah, exactly like that. And this is just big and nasty, and look at him bounce that thing right between home plate and the catcher, and that was the idea on a 1-2 count. He was thinking exactly where he wanted to throw it.
So here's Mark Kotsay. Kotsay's had a couple of hits lifetime against Appel, 2 for 3. So maybe why he's standing in.
Now this is a big card being played right now from Bud Black because, as I mentioned, he's a little short-handed because of some injuries on his bench. Kotsay's his best pinch hitter by far.
Hit on the ground to Abreu, and this will end the inning. So Appel pitches through the leadoff single, and for the Giants, they will have the top of the order coming up. Andrew Kashner, who really pitched well against the Giants in his last start against them, against Matt Cain, who just is Matt Cain. So join us tomorrow night right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, 7 o'clock. Giants pregame live at 6:30. And that, folks, is our Chevron pitching matchup. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Joe Thatcher, the new pitcher now for Buddy Black, the only lefty in the Padres bullpen, 2-1 on the year with a 2.37 ERA. Lefty's hitting 238 off him. You can see the sidearm delivery. I mean, he comes at you, a lot of kneecaps and elbows flying every which way when you're in that batter's box. And you're going to get a fastball that's mid-80s with some sink and a big flat slider, frisbee-like.
Monco had a pretty good swing on a fastball, but he may not see another one. Or he may not see another one in the strike zone. He singled in the 5th. High, 1-2 at 88 miles per hour. 2-2.
Sergio Romo heated up.
Got him.
Hat trick tonight for Blanco, and this was the pitch of perfection that Brian Gorman said looked pretty good. You can see where it was caught. Randall set a wide target, and he never moved the glove. And I think that had a lot to do with the decision. Rough at bat.
Here's Abreu. Abreu on the ground, foul. Here's the new kid.
Jake Gunning.
No balls and 1 strike.
Another generous strike.
Stay tuned for the post-game wrap. That's going to come up after the game, and I'll also talk about the game with Murph and Mac tomorrow morning on KNBR 680. Got him.
Take a look at the defense put on tonight from Brandon Crawford. Here they keep the force in order and get an out at second. And this is what happened when they kept that force in order. They get the double play and they preserve the score at 3-3.
So the gamble that Crawford took on that slow roller to get the force play at second ended up saving the Giants a run. Way outside to Crawford. Crawford now trying to reach for Hunter Pence. Gets this one to left. Blanks is going to make a basket catch to end the inning. As the wind knocked that one down, and we'll go to the ninth. It's 3-3.
Post-game live. You'll see it right here in Comcast Sports Net Bay area. Dave Feldman Ahmed Fareed tonight. They will talk about Giants' reaction in the clubhouse, Mullen to the Kings. Well, they'll answer that question. And some NHL Finals highlights, all that and more. Hyundai Sportsnet Central tonight, right after Giants postgame live.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts. So Sergio Romo is your new pitcher.
There's the numbers. 30th time he's come in this year. 3-3 with a 2.84 ERA.
Racing Denorfia and strike to Denorfia.
Important outing here for Romo. His last one did not fare well. Lost a save opportunity. Saturday's game in Atlanta.
In his defense, he did get the shortstop Simmons to hit a ball that should have been made by Joaquin Arias. It wasn't made, and the inning just kept on going. It's 1-2.
Nice pitch. And he had a 3-2 pitch. That was a slider that could have been called a strike. Did not get the call. It was a walk that allowed the time run to score. Just a reminder, someday baseball just is not going to let you succeed. It happens. But when it does happen, you want to get back on that saddle. You want to get that good feel going again. Don't want to sit on a negative.
Did not pitch in the game last night in Atlanta. Crawford got him at a nice play.
And he had to unload.
All of a sudden, he had to speed things up here.
Not a lot of backswing from Denorfia. He gets out of the blocks great. And boy, it's nice to have a little extra petrol in that arm when you need to call on it. And not only did he have to reach back, he had to get rid of it quickly. Big out. Luke Gregerson heading down to the Padres bullpen.
Here's Forsythe. Good strike. Foul.
Not by much.
Take care of that,
huh? Yeah. They're wearing that guy out. Rightfully so. Just caught a little piece.
Two to Forsythe.
Now, still a great pitch. I mean, that's a paralysis fastball. It was off the plate. Close. And if you're sitting from the side of this ballpark, you're thinking you just saw strike three. But it does set up a lot of pitches. It's got to be down, though, if you go outside with paralysis.
Not hit very well, so it's going to fall. So Forsythe with his third hit. And that'll bring up Headley. Headley singled in the 7th. And he takes a strike. Headley lifetime against Romo. He's faced him 9 times. 3 for 9. He's got a double. Struck him out twice. He's also drawn a walk off of Romo.
Forsythe does not have a stolen base, but you've got to anticipate that he may go.
0-2.
Good change up. Headley way out front.
Remember, Machi did that with Headley, and Headley then, I don't know, 2 pitch knocked in the tying run.
No, man, I think that's why you become a good hitter in this league, is you make adjustments, and his 2 outs, or his 2 strike adjustment, he takes swing out, he goes the opposite way. It's short.
Headley asked for time. See, Blanks is on deck. Oh, 2 to Headley. And Headley does it again.
He has not had a bad at bat.
Got him at third. And Juan Perez, the kid in center field, does it again.
I tell you, that's a game changer right there, because he just took away a 1st and 3rd 1-out situation. Sean in lineup, and we see it again tonight. That is an absolute strike. And Forsythe, this is the last thing on his mind. He knew he could get there. He is stunned with that throw, and that piece of defense right there lit this place up.
So here's Blanks.
Kick the play.
Blanks is 0 for 4. And he's behind in the count, 0-1. So Headley again, 0-2, base hit.
He was 2 for 4 with a walk, and there's 2 outs where he lined shots right at Crawford and Hunter Pence. And you talk about taking the sails down from a boat that was about ready to do some damage.
Yep, absolutely.
That was a thing of beauty. I mean, the league doesn't know much about Juan Perez, but they're finding out very quickly. This kid can play. He's got great range. He's got one of the quickest first steps in this division in center field, and he can throw.
Cued foul, 0-2. Another sellout crowd, many standing on this 0-2 pitch. Blanks asks for time. Headley goes from his knees. Not in time.
Huge jump from Headley. Totally took advantage of a pitcher concentrating on the hitter and not the runner. I mean, those just sound like small things, but they loom large in an inning in a tie ball game, and it's late.
Got him. The kid with the assist. Pence to lead things off. Perez, his very first game against Paul Goldschmidt at the beginning of this road trip. Take a look at that play.
And that's the first inning he ever played the big leagues. And he takes away extra base hits from Paul Goldschmidt. Chad Godin loved it, as did everybody else in the career uniform that day. And this is tonight in a tie ball game, first and third. Forsythe cruising. And look at this strike to Arias, who slaps the tag on. And third base umpire Larry Vanover said, take a hike. New pitcher now, Luke Gregerson. You can see some world-class sliders here. Look at these numbers. 28 base runners and 31 in the third. That is getting it done. 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA.
And here's Pence. Pence skies this one out of play, and you might say that he just missed that one.
Yeah, he had one to hit there. That is one that you're going to think about. A little flat breaking ball that did not do a whole lot. And that's a good one. Mr. Posey, chalk it up.
Bottom. So Hunter Pence had the one pitch and then none after that. And here's Belt. Giants scoring all came in the fourth inning. They've only stranded 3 in this game. The Padres have left 10. And Bell hits this one on the ground to Forsythe. So 2 quick outs with Arias coming up. You don't get very many pitches out of Gregerson. You're going to see him again.
That's right. That is absolutely right.
Arias tonight is 0 for 2. He had a sacrifice fly.
Angel Pagan getting closer to being activated. Still has some work to do, but he's getting closer.
Arias dumps one into center field. He's got a hit. It all started with a 2-out single, and here's Victor Sanchez.
Now to set the outfield for you with the Padres, you've got 2 exceptional arms in the outfield with Denothea and Venable. Hammer-Terman left. 4th inning, it was Hector Sanchez who came up with an RBI single in that 3-run inning. Giants did all of their damage tonight in 1 inning against Edinson Volquez.
One 0 to Sanchez. Really just 2 at-bat history for Sanchez against Gregerson. And he's 1 for 2.
Well, he's a good low ball hitter, and you see a lot of stuff down around the knees from Gregerson. Sinker, slider. And that is to the strength of Sanchez.
Arias does have 1 steal, but in my opinion, it would be unlikely that he's going to go. Tap back to Gregerson, and that'll end the inning. Extra innings. It's 3-3. Bay Area. That's your 3-3 ball game. The new pitcher is Sandy Rosario.
Take a look at the numbers from Sandy Rosario. 6 games he has appeared in. The first 2 really, you don't even count those. After that, he's been pretty solid. His fastball slider combination has been very good. Low 90s fastball with a good hard slider, big sweeper, very effective against both lefties and righties. And he's got a change up. 5 strikeouts in 6 innings, so he's starting to get his sea legs.
Facing Guzman. Guzman is 0 for 3. Fouls this one back, and it's 0-1. As Monty Grandal's on deck, and then Will Venable. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
That's a good slider right there in the perfect location. These guys come up out of the minor leagues and they're so amped up here. It just takes a while to settle things down, get control of the speed of the game here. Good 0-2 pitch. We've seen big time improvement in his composure since he's been called up a second time. A lot of times guys get up here and they feel like they have to make a perfect pitch every time.
Got him.
See ya.
Here's Grandal. Grandal pops this one out of play, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
See the movement on the fastball from Rosario. He's got good movement running away from the left-hand hitter. And in a tie ball game, pound that outside corner. Say, okay, if you're going to hit one out, you're going to have to hit it the opposite way. And he's got a changeup.
Perez in center field. 2 outs. And here's Will Venable. One for 4 for Will Venable, and that was a bunt for a base hit in the 4th inning. Arias will watch this one sail into the seats.
Nine home runs. He's got power. And you have to respect that. The tie ball going late. Dressed appropriately.
Crawford stays with it. Got him. That was the size of a ball from shooting underneath the glove of Brandon Crawford. Right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. A 3-3 ball game here in the 10th.
Dale Thayer, the new pitcher down for the Padres, 33rd time that he's come in, and here's his body of work. Look at 27 base runners in 31 innings. Once again, the Padres defense their bullpen outstanding. Thayer will give you a low 90s fastball with a hard slider and a changeup. Lots of movement, lots of ground balls.
Perez chases one in the dirt. It's 0-2. Couple of infield hits for Perez. Guillermo Quiroz is on deck. And this is bounced up the middle. Got him. As Perez tried to beat it out with a headlong slide. And a nice play to retire the speedy Juan Perez. So here's Quiroz. Quiroz loses the bat, and it's no balls and one strike.
That did not sound healthy.
See, I'm telling people that it was already broken when I went up to home plate.
Well, this is a jam shot. Not an easy time to hit. There is a lot of wind in this ballpark right now. It is swirling up around home plate.
Outside to Quiroz. 1 ball and 1 strike with Gregor Blanco to follow. Into left field, a base hit for Quiroz. Guillermo Quiroz comes through with a 1-out single. And here's Blanco. If you're Blanco and you're thinking about knocking in Quiroz, get a triple.
Yeah, you would have to take a triple.
Or someone over the wall.
That would work.
Foul back, no balls and 1 strike.
92 outside corner, a little movement running away at the knees. Perfect pitch in the first pitch. Padres, because of their ballpark, really utilize that outside corner with fastballs late in the ball game. This time, going on that inside corner. Fastball from Thayer is pretty heavy. It's got big time sink. It's not an easy one to get airborne when he keeps it down around the knees.
Both teams just a shade over 500 in extra inning games. Two and 1 to Blanco, trying to make something happen here in the 10th. And that's in row 1 of the club level, and it's 2-2.
They are just pounding the knees one after another. Tough to share a hard ball, I got to be honest with you.
Double play, and that'll end the inning. We will head to the 11th. It's 3-3. Zito, Machi, FL, Romo, Rosario. Siriaco's going to lead things off. Siriaco is 2 for 4. Couple of singles, couple of strikeouts. Pitch high, 1 ball and no strikes. On deck is Alexi Amarista.
Looks like a first pitch changeup sort of squirted out of his hand.
And a base hit up the middle. The third single of the game for Siriaco. And here's Amarista.
Well, you have a lot of things going on right now. I mean, for Bud Black, you have a lot of speed. Siriaco can run at first base, and Amarista may be the fastest guy on his team. And you could put a straight bunt on. You could let him take a couple pitches, see if he wants to steal.
There's the bunt, and it's foul. You see Glenn Hoffman, the longtime third base coach for these Padres.
Former manager of the Dodgers. Pressure really is on Arias here because of the speed of Amarista. Just had a good bunt on that third base side. He has enough speed to beat it out.
And that is a good bunt. And they get the out. So here's Denarfia. DeNorfia tonight. A couple of hits. And that's way outside. 1 ball and no strikes. And timeout had been called.
Didn't see much of a sign from Brian Gorman. I think Rosario was sort of surprised that timeout had been called.
Well, it's up to Rosario now to keep an eye on the kid at second. And now he will spin around.
Lots of activity in the Padres bullpen. There's Nick Vincent and Houston Street. They're two right-handers down there. Street the closer. If the Padres take a lead, he'll pitch the 11th. If he doesn't, you'll see Nick Vincent. You have a base to play with here. Stay in the corner. You do not have to flat out challenge a 2-0 count here with an open first base.
Three and 0.
See the wind whipping the legs of DeNorfia in the batter's box. We haven't seen this much wind this late in a long time.
Not only that, but you see the mist and the fog start to roll in. Three and 0 to DeNorfia. Three and 1.
Yep. Good night for the Foghorn. Giants would like to light that thing up.
And the walk. Mijares is going to start to get loose. So the hitter is going to be Logan Forsythe, who's got 3 hits tonight. Thirteen hits for the Padres. So Forsythe will stand in with Speed at second and Siriaco. One and 0.
And this becomes a big pitch. A lot going on for Rosario. I mean, you've got to check that runner. You've got to make sure that Siriaco at second base is stopped before you come home.
Two and 0.
Cannot walk that man over to third base with 1 out. Rosario has to get in that strike zone. He has to make Forsythe swing the bat.
And he pours in a strike at 93. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, he needed that. I mean, he's got good sink, but he's got to keep that thing down around the knees to get that ground ball he's looking for.
Foul back. He had a good rip. 2-2. Headley is on deck.
He got away with the pitch there. That was up. That right out over the plate. We're talking T-ball location. To a guy who's already got 3 hits on the night, seeing it pretty big.
Out of play. Ran that ball in on the hands of Forsythe. Two and two. Got him.
Beautiful sliding. I don't think he could throw a better one. Not a big one, but it was late, it was quick, and it was in a perfect location. Forsythe, kind of a weird night. He's got a 3-hit night with 3 strikeouts. I mean, they're pretty excited about the 3 hits, but a hat trick.
I think it's an even trade-off to hitters. Now, Quiros went out and he had a word with Rosario. It may be that, look, you got a base.
Well, Huntley has not had a bad at bat tonight.
So the first pitch coming up to Headley is outside, 1-0.
Thanks for cleaning that up. I think I said Huntley instead of Headley. Two good partners before. But Headley has not had a bad at bat tonight. 2 line outs. He's walked a couple of knocks. And he hasn't been off his back leg at all.
And that's what they're doing. As they are going to put him on. However, not by way of the intentional walk. Two balls and 1 strike.
And I think that surprised Chase Headley. And this is 2-0 93, and he blows it right by him. That could be a bit dangerous for Rosario because you do that once, you think you can do it again. And what we've seen tonight from Headley is good adjustments in his hitting.
3-1.
Kyle Blanks chalking up.
Full count.
Chase Headley did not like this call, and he threw a bunch of bad body language out of Brian Gorman, the third umpire.
Out of play, runners on the move with a count 3-2. And Rosario threw the same pitch that was called a strike, forcing Headley to swing at it.
Yeah. You got to believe Headley's thinking about diving out there to cover that location, and he has to after the 3-run call.
Absolutely.
And when you do that, it opens up the inside corner. Stand away.
Got him. And now Headley is going to bark at Brian Gorman. Abreu is going to lead things off.
New pitcher now for San Diego will be Nick Vincent out of Long Beach State University. Strike thrower. This is what he has done since being called up.
Amarista stays in the game to play second. And this was the pitch to strike out Headley.
3-2. He throws a fastball right through him. A little bit of a tick. Hangs on by Quiroz. And look at the reaction from Rosario. You think he's psyched up? Yes, he was.
I think he was. So Abreu will lead things off here in the 11th. And Abreu will take down low. Abreu does not have a hit. He did walk in the 4th and score. He's 0 for 3.
Vincent will sink fastball. He'll cut the fastball. Got a slider and a changeup. There was the slider.
With Abreu, a left-handed hitter, Guzman, the first baseman, really hugging the line, which does give you a pretty good gap between Guzman and Amarista. One and two.
Staying on that inside corner, that tight little slider. It's a good one.
One and two. Abreu trying to reach here in the 11th. It's a good eye. It's 2 and 2.
Yeah, it's a nice 1-2 pitch right there. Good pitch, good take. This type of night really does remind you of Candlestick.
And Abreu just got a piece on a high fastball. It's 2 and 2. So the weather part reminds you of Candlestick.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, watch the folks up here behind the backstop. Pay attention, folks. Look out! A little wake-up call here in the 11th inning.
2 and 2. Got him.
Some healthy sliders right there. Staying in that inside corner. Not a big one, but late, quick, and perfect location.
Crawford's 1 for 4. Hunter Pence on deck. Same spot. Boy, he's wearing that spot out with the left-handed hitters. It's 0-1.
Yeah, they're swinging that thing like they're not seeing any spin on it. They're swinging that thing like they're expecting a fastball because they're not even fouling it off. Now he's painting corners right now.
Crawford really forced to reach out and poke that one foul.
That was a perfect pitch. Oh yeah. She got a baseball. She waited a long time for it. Well worth the wait. Pretty good teasers right there. They work on the high five though.
Yeah, something to do tomorrow. Good. 1 and 2. Well, you knew eventually they were going to come back in.
Oh, whoa! Tony Graham, our ball dude tonight, entertaining Don Rohde, our other ball dude. That's what happens when you sit 11 innings on a stool. The legs kind of fall asleep.
The glove was too short. Easy.
We're good.
Tapped right back to Vincent, 2 outs. And here's Hunter Pence. Eleven home runs, 38 RBIs for Hunter Pence. I think at least one swing you got to try to be a hero.
Yeah, why not?
Hit on the ground to Guzman, and that'll do it here in the 11th. So we will head to the 12th. It's 3-3.
Fifth, 6th, and 7th. And that Sunday game, the 105 July 7th game, is Trading Card Day, presented by Chevron to the first 20,000 fans. Go to sfgiants.com for tickets and check it out. Here we are all tied up. We are going to the top of the 12th inning. Sandy Rosario still on the hill for Bruce Bochy. And he is going to face Padres left fielder Kyle Blanks. Blanks on the night 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts. And just like that, one pitch and a 2-base hit for Blanks, and the Padres have a runner in score position. Breaking ball, he's thinking get it in first pitch and get ahead 0-1. Blanks says, I've been looking for that one all night long. And that got out to the wall quickly.
So here's Guzman.
Bunt situation. We've seen Bud Black, the skipper of the Padres, be pretty conservative in bunt situations. And here he has another one.
Just outside for a ball, as Guzman definitely shows bunt. Javier Lopez is in the bullpen. And that's going to sail into the seats. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Got his glove, had him played perfectly. Girlfriend a little excited. I'm just throwing that out there.
They could have just met. Hit on the ground. Abreu will throw out Guzman. And Blanks will head to third.
Nice at bat. Heroes welcome back in the Padres dugout. Guzman getting that run over. Now for Rosario, it is 100% strikeout situation.
And they're going to walk him intentionally.
Talked about Bud Black. He really has a couple of guys left on his bench. Carlos Quinton and Everett Cabrera, who are dinged up. So I think what Bruce Bochy wants to do is take advantage of that and bring in Javier Lopez to face Will Venable, who has owned him.
So here comes the skipper, and it will be Lopez. And now the Seagulls have definitely become part of this game. So it's a 3-3 ball game. Lopez coming in, and we'll be back. Javier Lopez, the new pitcher now for Bruce Bochy. Take a look at his numbers. They have been outstanding. 1-0 with a 1.62 ERA, just 20 base runners and 16 2/3. For Javier Lopez, he'll give you a lot of different looks with his release, anywhere from a low 3/4 to a submarine. Lefty's hitting a $171 off of him, and he has been hot of late. Giants play the infield in. And it's a squeeze play, and it's bunted foul, and not, more of a safety squeeze. And when you see that, you almost think that now the Giants with Belt will make sure that they come in a little closer.
Well, you've got pretty good speed with Blanks at third base, great speed with Venable. And with the runner going, I mean, all you have to do really is just put the ball on the ground in fair territory. And not a whole lot you can do defensively if you play a standard set. You're going to have to crash your corners hard, and that will upset the defense.
Oh, 2. And that was the perfect pitch.
It has not been easy for Venable against Javier Lopez.
He has, however, Mike, only struck out Venable once. And he needs to strike out here. And it's 1-2. And if you're Lopez, you also have to have 100% confidence that your catcher is going to block everything.
Do not have great speed with Grandal at first. Your concentration could be for that guy in the box, 100%.
Venable stays alive. Lopez rubbing up a new baseball as he walks to the third base side of the mound. Now he crawls up the hill. One and two. Wanks at third, Grandal at first. Got him.
Kept pounding down around the knees with the big sweeper. And a much needed strikeout from Javier Lopez, and he delivers. Huge strikeout. Venable way out front. And you can see just how far he misses this thing. So now Guillermo Quiroz out to talk to Lopez.
Siriaco is the hitter. Now he's got 3 singles, so you know that if you're on the infield, you better speed things up a bit. No balls and 1 strike.
We do know this about Siriaco. He does not like to walk. He will swing the bat. And that pitch right there just took advantage of that aggressive tendency.
Whew. 1 ball and 1 strike. You want to be a catcher?
No.
If you do, think about extra innings with a guy on third.
The Giants already had this game, a 3-2 ball game. They lost the lead because of a ball that should have been blocked. It's rough.
The diehards are on their feet. Outside, 2-2. Just maybe give Siriaco just a different look. Got him. Javier Lopez saves the day. Strikes out Venable. Strikes out Siriaco. Belt to lead it off. walk-off win leaders in the major leagues. The Giants with 7. And then the Reds, Indians, Rockies, Mets with 6. So here's Belt. Belt with 1 hit in 4 trips. And he shoots a base hit into right field. So Vincent tried to come in again, and that time Bell dug it out.
I said, Well, with a 2-for-5 night, both times he has gotten hits tonight against the Padres, he has gotten pitches that have been on the inside corner, and he's turned them around, pulled both of them. Now it's Bochy's turn. Do you want to give up an out to put up a runner in scoring position? Arias, a good bunter.
And he does it on the first pitch. Andres Torres is going to hit. So here's Torres. Torres has been waiting around this entire ball game that started at 7:15. So we're just a few minutes away from a 4-hour game.
And if you're wondering why they're not pitching Buster Posey with an open first base, if you did, you'd lose him. He would get walked.
One ball and no strikes.
That's it right to his bread and butter, the slider out of bed. You've got an outstanding arm in right field with Chris Denorfia. You have an outstanding arm in center field with Will Venable. You have an average arm in left field with Blanks.
Two balls and no strikes. You know what I like, Mike?
What's that?
Top step. Pablo Sandoval cheering everybody on.
I think you sat down the whole game.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike.
A nice pitch there from Vincent with a 2-0 count. He's got an open base. He's staying away out from the middle of that strike zone. There's the Panda.
Came in there again. It's 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. They're coming in on the hands of Torres. And it's 3-2. And he came in 2-2. He'll come 3-2 as well.
Oh, exactly. I mean, he's not going to give in to the strike zone. Not with an open first base. He just doesn't have to do it. You take advantage of an aggressive hitter. You stay in a corner. That last pitch was really perfect at the hands of Beck.
Got him.
So Vincent, a rookie, pitching impressively to the situation, identifying that he had an open base. He didn't have to flat out challenge in the middle of the strike zone. Took him 6 pitches and he sort of nibbled himself into a strikeout and a big out.
So here's Perez. Perez, center field. Hit very well. Venable on the move. Venable dives and he makes the catch. A game-saving catch. And that'll end the inning.
Unreal.
What a play by Will Venable to send this game to the 13th.
Talking about full extension. Holy smokes, what a play. All right, let's take a look at the defensive brilliance of Will Venable. With everything on the line, going straight back with drift on the ball, and absolutely lays out to beautiful extension and sends this game into the 13th inning. And you see the reaction from Brandon Belt. Juan Perez could not believe it. That's the stuff that he does. Padres take it to the 13th.
Here's Mijares to face Amarista. And the first pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes.
That was one of the most spectacular plays we've seen here. That was something else.
That was Blanco perfect game like.
You're absolutely right. See the numbers for Jose Mijares, 26th time that he has come in. He's done a nice job. Fastball, 2 types of breaking balls.
And that'll be a leadoff single for the speedy Amarista.
Yeah, you're right. Speedy Amarista is absolutely what this guy brings to the table. He is a base stealer. Put a lot of pressure on the defense. And Chris DeNorfia is the type of hitter who's got good control of his bat head. So far we've seen Bud Black be very conservative with bunts. It is a bunt situation. However, with DeNorfia's ability to hit and run, not a given. It's going to be an automatic bunt.
And that pitch is down low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. That's innings to even the count.
DeNorfia's taken a couple pitches for Amarista.
Denorfia stepped out. Now a long look at Glenn Hoffman. They have arrived and they're going to stay. 2-2.
He wins that fastball challenge. We have not even seen an aggressive secondary lead from Amarista at first base. Harris going outside corner and up. Throws one right through Denorfia.
Off of Abreu, and Abreu slowed it down just enough to let Amarista get into third. And the Padres are out of hitters, so they're going to have to send up Andrew Kashner.
This ball scalded and skimmed on the one hop and stayed down on Abreu. And that's where the Padres catch a break, because he did catch a piece and it did not get hard into the outfield. So an easy take at third base. And now Bruce Bochy is going to call a summit meeting at the top of the mound here to talk about how he wants this played.
So that conversation now is over with. Kashner is hitting .235. He's 4 for 17 with an RBI. He's also struck out 9 times. It doesn't do any good here to bunt, obviously. I mean, you could. So we'll see what goes on here with Mijares and Kashner. And almost goes to the backstop, and it's 1-0 as Kashner did indeed show bunt.
Looked like he was getting ready to lay down a drag bunt. If you're going to bunt this situation, turn around and show it early.
And this is going to get in a run, and everybody's going to be safe.
And when you crash hard on a bunt, and you get a guy that can bunt and puts it right past the defense, and that's a job well done from Kashner's perspective. And Amarista's speed is unforgiving.
So here's Headley. Headley's got a couple of hits. And that pitch is down low. 1 ball and no strikes. At second base is Denorfia. Kashner is at first. He's got the RBI. And Headley takes low again, and it's 2-0.
Well, this is going to be an inspirational speech right here from Quiros. Out there and challenge your pitcher to get back in that strike zone. You cannot walk a runner over to third base in less than 2 outs. You just cannot do it. You have to make him swing the bat. And yes, the birds have landed.
Jake Dunning is moving down the left field line. It's 3-0.
And that was not close.
And now Dunning can't get loose fast enough. And a call strike. It's 3-1. Harris looks to second. And this is lined at Perez. He will make the catch. And Denarfia wisely stays at second. Hardly another ball hit hard. He can't believe it. And here's Blanks.
Yeah, the way that Headley has swung the bat tonight, you'd have to say that his slump is over.
Blanks. A long run for Hunter Pence, and Hunter Pence does not get it. And everybody just moves up one base. So it'll be a base hit and a really terrific effort by Hunter Pence.
Now the ball will come back to the playing field, hit down the right field line. I mean, it was going to be fair. Remember, Hunter Pence is protecting the right center field gap, and he had to come a long way. And this was going to be a fair ball. You see Cash there, the pitcher, almost gets lapped by Blanks. And that may be something that this coach is going to talk about.
He's going to have a word.
Andy Gonzalez, first base umpire. Explaining to Bochy that he saw it and that Blanks did not go past him.
I think this hit Hunter Pence on the leg.
Well, Bochy's probably talking about whether or not that ball's fair or foul. That's exactly what he's talking about. No, I think the play was called correctly. I think it was fair.
I think Bruce Bochy is stalling for Dunning to get some more pitches.
He should be ready to go now. He's had about 20.
And here he comes.
Even on a cold night, that should be enough.
So Dunning's coming in. It's 4-3 Padres. With what is going on with Buster Posey. Originally thought to be a double switch, but that is not the case.
Jake Dunning, the new pitcher now for the Giants. And what we have seen early on from Jake Dunning is that he is a strike thrower. This is what he has done at Fresno this year in 23 games, 1-2 to 1.75 ERA, 3-1 strikeout walk ratio. And you're going to see a fastball that's low 90s, good hard slider, and a changeup. So there's the double switch that we had anticipated. Posey will hit the 9th spot. He'll lead things off the Giants in the 13th. And the pitcher spot will be the 5th spot in the lineup, with Belt being out of the ball game. Roberts perhaps teasing Posey a bit about the double switch.
So Dunning to face Guzman. And a first pitch strike, and it's 0-1. Bases are loaded with 1 out. Dunning made his major league debut last night in Atlanta. One ball and 1 strike. Heroes with a nice block. Dunning now has to come in 2-1. Things that people tell us about Jake Dunning, everybody says the same thing. He's just a strike thrower with good stuff.
He was there last night with his mother and father and brother. Watch him make his debut. A night they won't ever forget. Well, tonight, he steps right into the fire. Bases loaded situation, 1 out. And now he has to come in.
Three and 1 to Guzman. And that's pulled foul. So it's 3-2.
Don Rohde still fetching ground balls over there. Our ball dude on the third base side. That's a long night on that little stool. I'm impressed.
3-2. Abreu. 2 down. And the hitter will be Yasmani Grandal.
We told you that Posey was going to hit the 9th spot. That is not true. Quiroz is in that 9th spot. Posey's going to hit the 7th spot. So it'll be Quiroz that leads things off for the Giants in the bottom half of the 13th. If you're at home keeping score, I know some of you are.
1 ball and no strikes. 2-0. At some point in the outfield, the birds do become a distraction.
Yeah, I think that happened about an inning ago. They're hungry.
Grandal ought to get something to hit here. Two and one.
Nice location on the 2-0 pitch.
So Dunning is right back where he was with Guzman. It's 3-1, and he's got to throw a strike.
Will Venable on deck. He's the guy that pushed this game into the 13th with an incredible play to end things for the Giants in the 12th.
And that's ball 4.
You cannot defend against that. How good was the catch that pushed this game into the 12th? Montrez hits this ball and it starts to carry. And Will Venable comes up with the play of the night. And we've seen some good defense from both teams in this game. This goes to show.
So it's 5-3 Padres. $18 hits in the game for San Diego. And that's outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Venable is 1 for 6. Abreu will backpedal, and that'll end the inning. 8 men sent to the plate by the Padres. Giants have some work to do. And Houston Street is the new pitcher.
Padres closer, Houston Street, coming in. Take a look at his numbers on the year in 23 games. It's included a stint on the disabled list. 13 of 14 in save ops. 28 base runners at 22 and a third. Sort of a bloated ERA, 4.43. Street, lots of sink on the fastball, lots of downward bite. He's not an easy guy to elevate. Hard slider to change up. You're going to see lots of command down around the knees when he's right. Strike you out, he can get you to hit the ball on the ground, which has always been his forte.
So Guillermo Quiroz is going to lead things off. Quiroz picked up a base hit in the 10th inning. Headley. One out.
Hit that ball right on the button. Just a one hop, short hop. And a quick first out.
So here's Blanco. Blanco 1 for 5 tonight. And a strike to Gregor Blanco with Tony Abreu on deck. Blanco runs up and takes a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yes, it is rally cap time. And they just figured out they were on TV. Didn't take long.
Didn't take long at all.
Hey, they hung around. Attitude's good. That's a good group right there.
1-1 to Blanco. Giants need a base runner to make things interesting. Out of play, 2-2.
Yep, looking for hot dog heads.
And the 2-2 to Blanco. And Blanco shoots this one into center field, a base hit. And that'll ring up Abreu. Abreu doesn't have a hit in this game. He did walk and score in the 4th. And the fastball from Street is high. 1 ball and no strikes. Hit out into center field. Venable on the move. He will track it down. 2 outs.
Well, right now, Houston Street's not fooling anybody. 3 guys up, 3 bullets. Quiroz a one-hop seed to Headley at third, a base hit from Blanco, and that last swing of the bat from Abreu. Well struck. Giants would love to get that man up with 2 men on.
Crawford 1 for 5 tonight. Blanco will go. He will end up at second base.
Padres relievers allowed 28 home runs, the most in the National League, so the evil thoughts are in there. Set up in the outside corner. That one goes on the inside corner away from the target. See the outside location. And Street gets a much needed strike.
A lot of times you don't get that call.
A lot of umpires won't give it to you.
Ted Godin is headed down to the bullpen. Giants are down to their last strike. It's 2-2. Two and two to Brandon Crawford. And Crawford gets a piece to stay alive.
Battling for that last strike left. Crawford take that outside pitch a lot to left field this year and in 2 strike counts. He has evolved as a hitter. Well, he will take what you give him.
Two and two to Brandon Crawford. And that's going to be down the right field line, foul. Two and two. Giants right now, as Mike said, want to get the guy on deck up to the plate. It's 2-2 to Brandon Crawford. Street and Grandal not on the same page.
Well, the runner at second, they're going through the signs. I can't imagine there'd be some confusion at this point in this ball game, at this point in the year.
2-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to second. This should do it. And Maurice has got it. And that's the ball game. So in 13 innings, the San Diego Padres beat the Giants. And after a long flight last night and a long night tonight, Giants lose their 3rd straight. And this was a tough one.
Well, it really was. And really, they thought they had this thing won the 12th, only to be denied by an incredible play from Will Venable. But showed good fight tonight. They'll get a good night's sleep. They come back tomorrow, regroup, go get them. That's all you can do.
5-3 is your final. Esurance Giants post-game live with interviews, and the wrap is coming up. But first, let's go to the Sportsnet Central studio for an update.